How hello. Hi, hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. I am still feeling weird. I'm wearing mask though because my nose hurts. I don't know if I don't know how muffled I am. I don't think I am. I hope not. I don't know, but oh, wait, give me a second. Oh, this is already scuffed. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Sorry. I was I was having a lot of like I'm still coughing like crazy, so sorry about that. Hi Nick. Hi co friend. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. Thank you. But yeah, I was actually debating what I kind of want to play today. I kind of wanted to play. I wanted to play Warframe, but I have a little bit of like slight fear towards Warframe. Slight fear, I would say slight fear. I'm gonna open up the game and I'm gonna explain what's going on as well. So, give me a second. Boom. Okay, I open the game. I'm gonna be playing the game at a good 30 FPS. Goodness. Hey, the game works at 30 FPS now, which is pretty impressive, I would say. So, I'll take it. So yeah, what's wrong with me and Warframe these days? I don't know. Right. Honestly, I haven't played Warframe for a while, and I feel whenever I want to play Warframe, I feel a little bit pressured. I do. Whenever I want to play Warframe, I feel pressured because I most of the time I want to like do solo stuff, but then I'm also like scared of people who just want to like really want me to play with them, right? And I don't know, it just kind of makes me feel a little bit weird. Well, that's one thing. Another thing is lately I've been at least the last time I was playing Warframe, and then I was thinking about the combat stuff, right? Which also makes me kind of want to play Monster Hunter for a little bit because the combat is like, I mean, sure, it it's a little bit unfair to compare Monster Hunter with Warframe, but it's just kind of how I feel about it, right? Monster Hunter and Warframe is like, oh hi Zeus, when we're gonna play sitting in a room doing nothing. I love doing that, but I will also feel guilty for doing that. Hi Zeus. The combat is like, in Wilds is like How do I explain this? I'm not too sure. We can watch the paint grow and grass dry. Paint grow? What? Excuse me? Paint grow? How does paint grow? Watching grass grow and paint dry are sayings, like doing something boring. Oh. I mean, watching paint dry is boring, no? Oh, and grass grow is also boring. Essentially, you're doing nothing, no? You're just watching them. Mm-hmm. You mix them? And too bad you cannot mix me. I don't know anything about them, so you cannot mix me. Paint grow. My messed up brain just keeps thinking of like the latex stuff with the phrase paint grow. I'm so far gone at this point, I feel like. I'm still thinking about that fight with Rook. I know it's been a long time, but I've been thinking about it. Oh. I haven't played Monster Hunter in so long. I don't think I need any of that. At least I don't think I do. Oh, I forgot I have this music on. Are you playing Lens? That's Lens, right? Yeah, that's Mizu's Lens. Oh, I have equipment appearance on. Yeah, oh. I actually have no idea what I want to fight. I just kinda want to like play Monster Hunter Wilds for a bit. We can fight this music. You know what? Why not? But yeah, recently, whenever I look at a Warframe, I just feel pressured. It's like, do I want to play Warframe? And then whenever I open up Warframe, I feel like a slight scared sensation of like, well, if I didn't play with people, are they gonna get upset with me and stuff like that? It's like, yeah, I think that's already like messed up. Yikes. Let's eat noodles. Eating with my neck. Very nice. God, my throat is so fucked up still. Oh. Is it only Savage? There should be a normal one, no? Or is it an optional? This Nacilla. Oh, there we go. This is normal Omega planets. Nah, you know what? I ain't no bitch. Let's fight Savage. Let's do automatic SOS flare. I mean, if I'm hunting with support hunters, this should be a lot easier, I feel like. Yeah, let's bonk some Spooder. Oh gosh, I feel like I cannot talk too much. Oh yeah, Savage has cutscenes. That's a lot louder than I thought. Ni howdy, Brian. Oh my god. Hi, Brian. I think I remember how to play this. Hope Brian is doing good. Ni howdy. Also, you're welcome for making you read the word Bomberman like that. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Bomberman.
Bomberman. Bomberman. Bomba. Thank you, Brian, for 42 months. Holy shit. Crazy. Thank you, thank you. I can loot these. Yeah, on that. Alright, here we go. I don't think it goes that far. Oh shit. Am I already dead? I haven't fight this thing for so long, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Ancient acorn!
Because there's a fucking giant.
It is. Oh my god, that kills me. This bitch crazy. Pom chicken. Yeah, it's the music from Final Fantasy XIV. I'm dead. Man, it's guaranteed. I hate it. Maybe Hammer needs evade window. Bomberman. Yeah, this is the Monster Hunter and Final Fantasy 14 collab. Oh, it's time to estimate that. I'm so bad at the game now, it's crazy. I don't know how to play this game anymore. Dumbest shit I've seen Monster Hunter do. It's fucking awesome, I love it. Yeah, I used to be a hater of this boss because it's so ridiculously non-core mechanic. Non-core mechanic Monster Hunter. And now that I'm a little bit used to it, I'm okay with this. It takes a while to get used to though. Upswing reduces damage. Oh, GG. This is fine. I brought a lot of honey and herb, so we should be fine. Why are you covering your head inside the wall? Oh, I'm dead. There's no surviving this. Yeah. The only thing that will kill me one shot is that ice move. It punches with rocket fist. This boss is awesome. Yeah, it's like one of the biggest boss fight in Final Fantasy 14. But then again, I don't know anything about Final Fantasy 14, so I cannot say for sure, to be honest. I don't think we need this and this. We just need the rest of this. Okay. I missed no streams recently. I feel like I haven't been streaming a lot recently because I've been like so sick for the past 2 weeks. But yeah, I do miss Brian as well. Two hammer on the head. I don't have it. I don't know how to dodge most of the stuff now. This is bad. this time too, okay. I should get the CCTV now? Yeah. Hi, Sona. That works. And it. No. I'm not back. Hi, Lizzie. I thought the aim's around, did you? That's that. I didn't die. I die now. Oh, I didn't see it. Are you healing for your sickness? Well, I'm trying, definitely. Yeah. I'm still trying my best here. was way too early. Did I just dodge that? Nah, get out of here. Got him. They just get multi on me. Yes. I cannot die anymore, right? I already died twice. The double, no? Can you touch more grass? Doesn't help. I've been touching grass for the past 2 weeks. And I've been sick for 2 weeks. Oh my god. I don't know if I have enough damage for this. Okay. Maybe if I use the wrong move. The small things keeps flinching me. No. Oh, my nose is going crazy. I mean, I've been using hunting horn against that thing, no? Hunting horn does go crazy. I mean, if I use hunting horn, it's just an easy win against Savage. No, I want to use hammer again. I feel like after not playing for about a few months, I feel so rusty. Shields how the enemies give you after killing them? Yeah, I do. But just now it was like because a lot of those small guys was flinching me a bunch, and I cannot dodge roll that MRV missile. And then I'll go in and use the powder. Have a good luck, Blizzy. I don't know if this one is harder than Gorgamazio's. Skipping this one. Oh wait, there's a harder version of Gorg. So... okay, there we go. I'm just probably gonna take this and go. That worked. I'm waiting for it. I don't know why I stand with her. Bad choice, but it's okay. No big deal. by spinning. Oh my god. Not just this was rush can shoot. If there's no shield, I mean shield is so rare. You only get shields when he spawns those little guys and then they drop the thing and then can use them, right? And then also destroying head wound gives shield as well. No master bomb? Oh, they really did master bomb. Okay. Can I just flinch with that? I tank one hit and I won't stifle it. Never tank 2 MRV missiles at once. Stun? Nice. Just hit me, hit. I did it. I should probably aim for the legs. I think I had too much use. Oh, this is death, I think. Why are you moving master bomb here? Oh. That's too slow. Oh, it's doing the weird dancing move. Of course. Not surprised. They can jump half the map just to smite. Can you let me? I guess my attacks are too unconcentrated. Oh my god. Oh, it's a Harvey. Oh, GG. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kind of unfortunately have one master point. Oh, it's a weird dancing move again. Jump off of that? Yeah. No master point on it. Because I charge and move forward a little bit. We didn't get rid of the prank mode. Somehow we are not destroying any left lanes at all. Oh my god, I'm still in that big bang. No! I grieved. Oh, I grieved so hard. It's gonna jump off the net. MLB with no CCTV. Somehow we're not creating any new level. I never had this happen before, really. Yes, man. We only got 2 that far? That's crazy. We didn't even stop the mode. I need to make the mic perfect. Camera. Hot chicken. How you doing, Rusty Hits? I think that camera needs evade window, evade distance. Oh my god. That's a stun. Wake up. Oh my god, I couldn't even survive that. How the fuck? I broke my control for that. Oh, it's dead. Oh. Oh. I got stunned again? How did I survive that? It's okay, don't question it. We survived that, we survived that. Going crazy with the movement this one. Guts. Oh no, I'm doing the spin. I griefed again. I griefed so hard. No, I'm so terrible. I mean, they're AI, but still. Bum bum chicken. Here we go. I upswing it with pure luck. Reset. Nice. I'm not hitting the heavy stage. Okay. Yudokobo-san more. Uh-oh. That works. I need to get the first CCTV as soon as possible. I'm dead. I don't know how to play. Did I not get hit with the spin? Oh yeah, they have triple now. Okay. I think I ever died once yet, so off to a good start. Let's continue. I'm dead. No. That's triple. I think a stun at this phase is not that work. But that would be happening, it's fine. Not too bad. Might be able to win this one. Is that the leg? Thank goodness I'm taller. I should focus my hits on the legs. Nice. Not nice. This is the. Oh, oh my god! Alessa saved my life. Nice. I'll do this thing. Am I figured out? Yeah, there's no surviving that. I'm gonna make myself look it. I don't know how, but I somehow feel a little bit worse than yesterday. So weird. not a big fan of being sick, but I'm also not a big fan of being sick for 2 weeks in a row. E. I wanted to dodge that one. Oh, it's inside the mustard ball. This move again. Lots of salty things. Plenty of fruit. Oh, surprisingly I've been eating quite a lot of fruit lately. Apple, pear, watermelon. Especially watermelon. I mean, recently my mom bought like a blue looking watermelon, like big juicy ones. And we've been eating that. Feels nice. Although it's a little bit unfortunate that the pear that we got is a little bit not as good. Did we stop it? No? Nice. One miracle. Is this another? No. Still hits. Yeah, I think evade distance definitely helps here. No, I'm doing pretty whatever. I believe. Look at the shield. Unless I'm just taking everything now. That's cool. Oh, yeah, I saw the fire.
Kobo is cute and a very good girl. Yip.
I hate how there's like something inside the nose that's blocking forever. I kinda want to tank. I want to try tanking against this thing. I never really tried to be the tank. When I fight against Omega planets. Although to be fair, I feel like if I be the tank, I don't think I can do enough damage, but I can always try. I feel so weird. Somehow I feel worse than yesterday. My head hurts. I'm sorry. I've been trying to recover from this, but gosh golly, I don't want to lie on bed for more than a week. Alright, let's try again. Although I kinda want to change the hunter this time. If I'm tanking, I don't think I want Alyssa. Maybe Olivia feels nice. Nadia? I can try. The problem is I don't think I can effectively hit its heads as much and then gain the CCTV. Hi Ash. Many. Alright, let's try.
それでは行きましょうか。
ありがとうございます。
It takes like so much of my stamina. Oh my god, that was such a bad idea. I don't know why I tried that and then... Wow, gaining CCTV is no joke. Holy shit. What hit me? Oh my god, it's such a nightmare trying to chase this thing. I don't think I said this, but I hope Ash is doing it. Master Form on the hand? That's crazy. Where was the movie? I cannot do anything. Nice. Nadia. Oh my god. That move is so instant, it's crazy. It's that. Only getting hit by one move and it's the instant laser. Really? MRV does a lot more damage than usual, so I don't think it's a good idea to block all of them. But I was already in block stun. I can only try to perfect guard all of them. And I did, and I still died.
まずは準備と対策に努めましょう。
Maybe sword and shield? And great sword? I could tank with Great Sword as well. I still have all the buff. I don't know. Try Fabius? I mean, I only won against... Boop. No, hi Brecky. I only won against the Savage Spooder with a hunting horn. I want to try other weapons as well. Hey. Oh my god. I'm gonna make myself a bit real quick. Ooh, I think I finally got it out a little bit. I hope Brecky's doing it. Oh my god. And Cowboy is mega spoiled. Thank you, Brecky. Wait, I'm not playing Rise, what am I doing? Already stunned? Slashing weapon is good against highways? Okay. She just blocked. We take those. Broken? No. Hey, Nature Dragon. I'm probably gonna be a quiet bolt because my throat hurt like crazy today. Well, I'll still talk from time to time, just not as much. Hopefully I'm doing good though.
ターヒタ実行
Didn't block on time.
元気になった これで畳みかける
Nice, we love focus mode. Let me take this.
こちらです。響き玉で強化を。
Oh, it hits twice. No wonder I couldn't block it last round.
回避できますあなたなら
Holy shit. Alright. Such a nightmare to chase this thing down.
「頑張る私も頑張る」
if I was ready for that. That's MRV, I'm dead.
これで畳みかける
They take those.
元気になった
Oh, I don't want to take this one. I should go. Double. It's time for it. It's going kind of well. Nice. It's a nightmare to deal with Rocket Punch with Great Sword, honestly. Surprise is going pretty well. I didn't expect my great sword can perform like this. My great sword is like, all my weapons are like mediocre. I feel like I'm only slightly okay with longsword, I think, but not anymore. I feel like, because I haven't played Monster Hunter in so long and I feel so rusty. Crazy spider. Let's see if I get that first. Fabius got it. Okay. Fabius is fair, Fabius is better than Abessa. Was it just me? I can agree. Oh my god, the double.
体操転倒照準よし
Oh wait, slashing weapon is good against items. I forgot about this. Oh no. I don't know what to do against this thing. I mean, the best damage is TCS, but... How can I hit TCS? I'm grieving. Oh my god, there's no way. I felt like there was no chance. Alright, we take those. Oh my god, I delayed it so much too. No. Never panic. always me. No, too much there. Triple? Oh no, I wanted to jump. Can I hit you?
今日人を気にかける
I guess I can tank a tiny bit, but not a lot. I'm not too good with Great Sword, I feel like. I'm lucky.
君の力になって嬉しい。
That's nice.
来ますね避けましょう
I don't know how I survived that. Can you take those?
元気になった
Man, it's doing inside the master bomb. At least that's one.
嬉しい。
狩猟部へ
It's two.
流れに乗りましょう。
We take those. I don't care. Oh my god, I got so lucky. No, I didn't get lucky. I thought there was a flinch. What? Uh-oh.
君の力になれて嬉しい。
Oh my god, it's just forever in master form, you know? We need CCTV. I just need to survive this further. Are we doing it?
実行。
私の出番。 That was a flinch, I think.
MLB without CCTV is just pain. Oh my god, that move is so shit. There's 10,000 unknown hitboxes right there. I don't know which one to dodge. I think in this last few minutes, if I play well, we might be able to win this. Oh, MRV, I don't want to go down. It looks like Fabius is tanking it. Getting hit as well. I cannot go away. Nice.
お疲れ様でした。粘り強く耐えた成果です。
よし、やった。
Damn. Okay, so we have Hammer. No, we have Hunting Horn win against Savage, and now we have Great Sword win against Savage as well. Heck yeah. Thank you, Solon. I was doing my nose thing, but then I got breaky. Oh my god. Oh, I think this is really lucky, you know? That was nice. Are you trying to beat every weapon or something? With every weapon is a little bit overzealous, I feel like. With a few that I feel comfortable with, maybe. Hunting Horn is honestly just easy mode in this game. Hunting Horn is so strong in this game, it's crazy. I'm surprised my Great Sword can do enough damage against that clone Nastella. Against that DPS check. Doorblade? Doorblade is gonna be difficult though, because a lot of Savage's move is like very delayed and weird timing. Either that or instant. It's like Why do I have 4 refresh? What? I have 4 refresh. Why? Am I gonna do like mega evade window here? Just dodge everything? It's gonna be tough as balls, but I guess I can try. Let's try and double it. It's probably gonna be hectic as hell because I'm never really good with dual blade, but I wanna try. Is there no mega dash juice? Only dash juice? Oh, I guess there's only dash juice, no more mega dash juice. I have no idea, I never used dash juice before. Oh my god. 25 minutes, let's... Welcome back login bonus. Dang, I got 10 max potion. Oh wait, nice, okay. I don't have sizzling meal anymore. I'm out of monster chili? I have 23 sealed meal voucher. I don't want to eat those garlic. They look bad. I don't want to eat them. Oxy swimmer balanced. Increases attack when wet. Oh. Interesting. Combo always increase attack then? Yeah, pretty much. No, combo has increased attack when there's some dragons around combo. Alright, let's try dual blade. I do one more time and then I want to fight something else. Oh, why do I have demon drug again? Oh my god, this double. This lingering effect. Okay, with that I always need to dodge away then. I'm doing crazy damage with Glowblade now, it feels like. I mean, if I land those hits, of course. Mustard bomb. Healing all. Way too early. Oh my god. It's a weird move. Triple mustard bomb on me? That's rude. There's like 10,000 master bomb going on. least there's one. Can I say anything? Oh my god, I sure can. Is anything? Oh my god, that's 3 immediately? Let's go. No. Oh, that was too late. Yeah, we did. I have to dodge twice. Can farm resources in Warframe under the skill? I don't know. Lately, I feel pressured playing Warframe, and it kind of makes me feel afraid for whatever reason. Because I mean, I did say it at the start of the stream. It's like whenever I open up Warframe, I feel pressured now. Also, hi Kayo, hi Kayoki. Oh. Why did I lose all of my... Double? Easy. I couldn't do it to him. That's why find resources chill time. No, it's like whenever I play Warframe, I feel pressured. As in, I would feel terrible if I feel like I'm not playing with anyone. And it's like I don't want to, but I also have to. That feeling. I'm developing that feeling with Warframe, and not a good thing. Oh my god. It feels like this round's Master Bomb is all on me. Oh my god, I got robbed.
体力回復
It spawned inside Master Bomb. GG. Nice work, man. What the hell? Okay, this might be the fastest kill ever. I thought those were all like baby numbers. Sorry. Oh my god, I couldn't mute my mic in time. I'm so sorry. That was really loud. Please no. I'm trying. Oh my god. I couldn't mute my mic here. I'm so sorry. Interesting. Interesting pathing. After that, she's the
Kyoko.
こ Oh, that was way too early. There we go.
視線は引きつけた。臨機応変に行け。
Triple? No triple, okay. Finishing this one in Final Fantasy 14. I never played Final Fantasy 14. Oh my god. Oh.
元気になった？
It was aimed at me. I didn't even realize. Man, finding around the mustard bomb is painful. What? Chicken?
響き玉です。うまく使ってください。
That's unfortunate. Oh my god, I got killed mid-air. That's an unfortunate set of situation. Got hit mid-air and then got in the middle of the hitbox of the fire. Literally undodgeable. I could Superman that actually. Maybe I panicked and I didn't even think about Superman that one. Inside the snow, what was that? No, I couldn't aim. That's one. Triple? No, okay. Thank goodness there's something that I can react to. Oh my god, it's so cute. Yeah, of course that's a meme. I'm not surprised.
君の力になって嬉しい
Imagine jumping the entire map just to stun lock me. That's another one from me. Thank you very much. Oh, that's another one. Nice. I can hit mid-air. I think all the rocket punches hit me.
今ですよ。
油断大敵ここからだ
I'm kinda cooking with the dodges. Oh, that's the first drop. Oh my god. Oh, obvious didn't block that. Okay. The spin got me. MRV without CCTV? Oh no. Why are you going my way? Sorry, I was spinning. I want to see it jump the entire map because the third one is gonna aim at me. Watch this. Oh no, it's aiming at someone else.
きます。避けましょう。
Now for running towards victory. One. Perfect chance. Why, Fabius? Me? I guess I did hit your head a few times there. Well, I'm saving my stuff. Nice and easy. A Doubling is OP, holy shit. Oh god, sorry. Holy, Doubling is crazy. I never realized how crazy Doubling is in this game. It's like just build evade window and then be good. And then I realized the break dance 1, R2, R2 again, and then A plus B. Feels like the fastest damage, I feel like. I'm being blocked. I'm only seeing white line. I remember I was complaining about Omega Planets a lot, and then now I'm just casually clearing Omega Planet Savage. Seal, oh my god, why do you keep wanting me to eat vegetable? I assume being a hot dragon is a mod thing? Yeah, it is. This is Mount Zeno from Monster Hunter Rise. I also have other different mods. I think I have Narga. Yeah, this is the overcharge mode for Mount Zeno. You have the edgy version. Yeah, that one. I think, yeah, Bone is Narga. Very cool. And I have Mizu as well. With that tail, very nice. I actually don't know if this is like the female or the male version. Because the male version, when you draw your weapon, your eyes will glow like Sans Undertale. You can hear doo 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 doo. Oh yeah, I have Ray Dao as well, I forgot. I have the weird electric dragon Ray Dao. Very nice. Actually, I want to be overcharged Mount Zeno for the... Yeah. wanna fight let's go lands because I wanna fight Arch-Tempered Archveld. I haven't fought that thing in a while. That one I want a solo.
はい。行きたいクエストはあるかな。
Yeah, Arch-Tempered Archveld. This one's fun. I think I can solo this. Alright, here we go. Oh, you are big! This feels like a gold crown. Holy fuck. I forgot how scary you are. I didn't recognize the tail, I can't believe it. Damn, the music is good. Fuck, I forgot how good this is. Oh yeah, I can do weak spot after that big attack. Arcade is hot, I know. That one is weak spot as well. don't know if I'm doing enough damage at all here. Oh my god, I don't know if I'm doing any damage at all. It's funny how none of my pokes do like more than 100 damage. Oh my god, I cannot see. Nice. I think I saw a dragon. Okay, recognize that. Nice. Then we're gonna start. Oh no! This might be bad. No. I got so lucky. destroyed it. I don't know, I feel like this one's a gold crown now. This outfit feels bigger than usual. Oh my god, I actually got the tail. Crazy. I don't know why Pokemon will find that was so greedy. Hi, malicious McFly. Oh, it's Metalus. Sneak attack, I forgot. I'm gonna do as much damage as I can. I missed it. see that. But so fast enough. Yep, there goes my guts. It's fine. No, yeah, no mistakes allowed. Holy shit. One mistake in one bad terrain kills me. Crazy. Right. Definitely doable. I just don't know if I have enough damage to kill this thing. Like, or it been 20 minutes. No, I think I have enough damage. I mean, there's 50 minutes. There's no way I cannot kill this thing in 50 minutes. The chase team is so good, holy shit. That was kind of a waste. I didn't expect I'm gonna ride it with one airborne hit. Unlucky for it. Doesn't hit activate sleep talk anymore? That's good. I can win, I can win. Actually poke towards victory. Monster Hunter combat just feels different. So good. I cannot wait for Ascendance to come out and be like a lot more like crazier monsters than this one. It's like it's gonna go crazy because we have new mechanics in Wild Ascendant. Hunter has new moves after that. I don't know how crazy that's gonna make the Hunters. Hunter is already crazy in Monster Hunter Wilds. I need to do more A plus B after Perfect Block. That move is really good. Leads to like a after 3 poke big move. Well, big move for Lance is just triple poke or charge poke. It's still good though. Yeah, I don't have any big move. Wait, charge counter. Wait, sweep. Triple thrust. Maybe this one? Oh no. It's a 2 hit. Got hit by the first one because I'm doing perfect blocks. I'm not even like holding the block button. I just tap it. Okay. Lance is really good against this one.
さすが僕の相棒アルシュベルド解き放たれたもの貴重な調査の機会逃さないようにしないと
Feels good, ma'am. Lance is so good against Arkfell, it's crazy. Chicken. Battle Tempered Emblem? When used for melting, smelting, or upgrades. Oh! Oh? Now, winning with Lance is one thing. Winning with bow, though. I don't even know if it's possible to win with bow. Oh my god. Gosh, I haven't played bow. I think I'm still in evade window build, I think. I forgot to change. Yeah, I am. I just realized just now that my stamina wasn't recovering as fast because I had refresh level 3. But then now I have evade window level 4, so that changes a bit. I guess I'll do one more fight. Like my head hurts like crazy today, unfortunately. I'm gonna eat this? Oh no. I have too much voucher. Cannot believe I'm eating healthy. Ooh. No. No, what is this? No meat, so crazy. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get destroyed while I'm using bow, but I'll give it a try.
行きたいクエストはあるかな。では張り切ってお願いしますね。
Oh, did I not get the diva buff? Oh no. Well, let's give it a try. Bow. My bow is also like meh. All my weapons is like meh, I feel like.
この任務を成し遂げられるのはあなたしかいません。
Using a ranged weapon to win against Arch-Tempered Arkveld might be the biggest challenge that I ever have. I didn't make a mistake, holy shit. Oh, it's so delayed. I messed up the timing. It feels like I have to double lock in with bow. Bow is so difficult. Like, it's also very fun to use, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no. Cannot believe that Rata lost. It's a two-hit. I have to dodge sideways for that. Or maybe dodge backwards instead of forward. Maybe backwards I can avoid the second hit hitting immediately.
必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね。セクレットポーチに追加の支給品がありますよ。
I feel like I am softer with bow as well. The second one. Okay, not good. That's a bad idea. Are you? Damage wise feels like I'm doing okay, I think. Feels like Arkwell is moving around the map a little bit faster than usual, or at least a little bit faster than I was using Lance. No, Bobo? Oh no. Bobo getting money. Is it aiming at me? Oh my god, it's aiming at me. No, I dodged. God, even a sea sponge can dodge that. Why did I do it? No.
ちょっと休憩しようよ。
Get sad on.
よし、僕も頑張るぞ。
Way too early. Oh my god. I don't think it's I don't know if it's possible with the game. I'll try.
しびれる罠を設置。いつでも来い。
Oh, someone's coming. Hi, Dragon Meetups. Going Arthur in 1 health. I'm soloing. I'm trying to beat Arthur with like, because I'm always a melee weapon lover. Using a ranged weapon could be a biggest challenge, I feel like. didn't see it. No. It's fine. Okay. I'm not dead. Hi, Nina. Hi, honey. I'm stopping by before I go watch my sis cats. Hi, Nina. Have fun watching Kitty. I always feel nice when you send me this kitty pics. See? What's the big hit for Bo? I don't think there's a big hit for Bo. Focus Fire Hailstorm? Dragon Pierce, huh? Oh, Thousand Dragon is the thing, right? Wait, Thousand Dragon is shotgun though. Eh. Eh. That's brutal. Okay. Come on, let's go. I want that title. Tail is almost broken at this point. Alright, that's enemy. Oh my god, there goes my guts. It's okay. god, I panicked. Oh, thanks, Keith. I think it's about turn 4. That's just Outfield getting stronger, question mark, I think? I got it, unfortunately. You're doing better with gold than me trying to use gold guns. I did play bow from time to time, not as much though. And I'm only okay with like my timing with badges. That's how I try to play with bow. Nice. Should be breaking soon the tail. I'm gonna break tail using bow, it's like super satisfying. Good idea. Can't believe I didn't get it there. That's a really tough tail. Oh, I'm not. My habit of using whetstone while on sacred is crazy. I'm trying to sharpen my bow. What happened? Oh no! Oh. Am I doing this? Launch break is the way to go. Oh. Oh. Done that to you. In the old games of my friend during all Bohan said someone took a whetstone out of the books. I'm too used to playing melee. Delay? What? I can't believe the one hook actually works. Never panic. Never panic. I might be panicking. It's okay. No way. I don't know what was there. Your tail, I swear, is like moving so much. Nice, nice. We got the tail. Okay, okay. Now this is a hump. I'm good. Heavy slicing. Oh, where am I going? I don't really have like a good one-hit damage here. Unless I... just one charge shot, maybe? Dragon Piercer is like many hits. I don't know how painful this is going to be. Tracer? 91? That sucks, I guess. Ooh, okay. We don't need to do this anymore. What was that? red is so hard to like get the time with. Oh, I got extremely lucky. Let's go. I looked at it wrong. No. Okay, okay. I still have a chance. My character died in game. I'm dying too. Dang, I was playing so well too.
僕も頑張るぞ。おっと。
Oh no. Umbilical green. I mean, I'm a kobold, I have to be greedy. Are you gonna sleep again? Alright, here we go. You just had to kill me once more?
お疲れ様。やりきったね。
Okay. Literally one health. You just have to kill me once more, you bitch. It's okay, we won. That's all that matters. I would shout if I can. You're lucky that my throat hurts like crazy. You're so lucky, you bitch. You little shit. It's just one more shot. Oh my god. You know what? Where's the PP? Heavy slicing pot. Get out of here. I will send you a celebration seal. Heck yeah. Actually one with bow. Crazy. Imagine if that was the last card. Boop. Yeah. Very cool. Boop. But yeah, I mean, if that was my last card, I would not feel this way because I would not know that the monster only has one hit left. Because I lost. It should tell you how much health it had if you fail. That's like sprinkling salt on wound, no? Give me a second, I'm gonna make myself rapid. Actually, chat, I think I'm gonna go toilet for a bit. I'm taking a small break. I'll be right back. Real quick. Oh wait, no. We need... Oh wait, no. We need an infinite spinning Malzeno. And then the rotisserie chicken. Of course, it has to be the rotisserie chicken. The wings looks jank too. Alright, I'll be right back. gosh, sorry that it took a while. Well, my throat was acting weird and I know what was going on, so I had to go to the toilet real quick. But everything seems fine now, I think, I hope. Anyways, I'm back. I'm just gonna boop. Okay. After coughing like that, my throat feels even worse now. Ugh. Oh, how can I forget about the GOG? Enhance handicraft? My throat hurts. I mean, don't I need to? I need to DPS. Oh, hey Jameson. Oh, I need to DPS check on the last phase, and then we need. Oh God, sorry. Soul Hunter, welcome to come on. Oh, I feel like I'm in a solo-y mood today. Well, most of the time actually. Let me scratch that. I want to try another hunt. My throat hurts like crazy after doing that. Ugh. This one, right? No support hunters will appear on the upper level. Ah, yeah. So it's like a four hunter fight instead of an 8. I want to try this one. I wonder if I can do it. Hi Annie. Oh my god, hello. Oh, Annie doing good. Welcome. 35 minutes on the meal. I guess we're eating vegetable again. I'm sick, so I guess I have to eat vegetable. Send you there's something on Discord? I'm gonna take that. Oh, that one. I just sent to my spicy Discord. And then I wishlisted this morning. It's so good. It's next month too. Didn't check the survey yet. I just saw it instantly had to send your way. Heck yeah. It's all good. I don't mind being sent like information about games with dragons and stuff. Yeah. It's always nice. Thank you, Annie. I feel like my throat is dying. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I just after going to the toilet and then coughing like crazy just now. Oh, at least the thing came out, so I guess I should feel better, but no, not really, question mark? I'm so confused. Anyways, we're fighting this thing now. I cannot solo this one, I think. Can I solo this one? I highly doubt it, but... No, let's try with a group first. Can I sneak attack this thing? Oh my god. Doesn't work. I forgot to fight this thing. What? What's your big one again? I don't think it's a good idea to fight this. I forgot to fight this thing entirely. Hi, banana. I want to do the second hit, or like the big one. You just changed the direction? Like that? So rude. That's so rude. knew you were gonna do that. You fool me once, shame on me.
動け死ぬぞ
Where's her head? I want to risk it. I didn't even see it. I don't think I'm doing nearly enough damage against this thing. I'll take it. Don't know the timing of that explosion. Oh my god, Tashin wants me to eat vegetable again? I can't believe it. I may be eating a vegetable twice today. This thing is 100,000 ton, I'm pretty sure. And I'm ripping every hit against this thing. Wow. I don't know how I did that, but I think that's pretty astounding, though. Oh my god. How's that impossible?
回復です 演奏の効果を確認。
Oh yeah, I forgot about tracks and shit. Are we going to the second phase now? Okay. I forgot what's the timing for this. Is it like before? No, it's not before. It's after? I did it too quick. Unfortunate. I forgot what the timing Narix told me. Ah. And then I can hit it here too, but maybe not. No. I forgot heat damage is the thing. Oh my god. Are you immediately aiming for me? That was fast. That was like just frame aiming for me, holy shit. I should rest today if I know I cannot stop myself when they're doing one time. That's on you, man, if you don't know when to rest. I hope this hits. Where's back? Where's the back? Nice, I get there. Where's the default? Nice. Almost like 100% sure I'm not doing nearly enough damage against this thing. everything's aimed to me. Okay. What beams that anyway? Nah, I couldn't land a hit. This thing is 200,000 tons, but I cannot land a hit. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's crazy. No. No, 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 no. I am whiffing every hit, and then they are hitting every hit. What is this bullshit? Oh,
ドグマジオスの背を狙
I thought that's like far range.
え気力を保て旗にかけるぞ
評判通り
Finally. Oh, jeez.
ヤンチャージ実行
You know, I would love to charge, but when 200,000 attacks are on me, I don't know what to do. What the fuck? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
いい流れですよ
I don't think so. I'm dying 200,000 times so. Okay, look at the turret. Bitch. That's right. I'm out of potions. teleporting? Ran out of potions actually, crazy. The DPS check, I don't really have a lot of confidence on it, but I don't know, I feel I'm gonna die 3 times on the 3rd phase. Time left. Half an hour. Oh, do I have to follow it up? Oh no. Maybe I can wait for a bit, no? The moment I decide this whole hunt, yeah, the first 2 phases, I already feel like it's not too bright. I feel like it's not too, it's not, I'm not doing too well, right? Well, I can only try. Here we go. Okay, easy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fine. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this thing forever. I don't think this is close enough. Now it has to be close enough. Here we go. Here comes the big boy. Dodge what? Excuse me? no ammo. I cannot see. I'm so blind. I think it's close enough. I'm just gonna do it. Okay.
いい流れですよ。
Nope. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close, baby.
ご無事で何よりです
It's a
それ
DPS
ほど
check.
安心くださいまだ機会はありますから
いってらっしゃい。
I don't need to do this. My damage is like
まだまだこ
too
こからだ
terrible. Not gonna lie.
ありがとうございます。
And for a thing this huge, like 100,000 pounds, sure is fucking that good. Oh, that's that. I didn't get one shot.
元気になった？
I cannot stand it now. GG. I wanted to use all my devs on the DPS check, but guess not. When Gog says, let me not allow you to stay on the ground and let me just kill you real quick. I would like Gog more if phase 3 didn't exist. I would like Gog more if phase 3 to me is fine-ish. To me personally anyway, right? My biggest problem with Gog is that it's a 200,000 ton thing. I know it's getting bigger and bigger, but 200,000 ton thing, I'm whiffing every hit. Holy fuck. I'm sort of comparing Gog to Safi here. Safi Chiba in World. Safi feels... Safi hits you a lot. Right? I would say not as much as Gog, obviously, because Gog is fucking insane. And then Safi hits you a lot still, but Safi stands on the ground. And Safi doesn't like fly as much. And Safi actually, you can actually try to counter and hit properly. Whereas Gog is like, okay, I counter its stuff. Alright, let me play a little bit of casino if I'm gonna hit this or not. Like just now, see? I countered something. I tried to hit it, I hit air. Albeit this thing being like a 200,000 ton thing again. Right? And yeah. So that's my problem. I couldn't hit this thing. And if Gong doesn't fly forever on the DPS check, would be nice, right? I don't think so, Kai will die. I'm hitting the tail. I'm hitting this thing. Can I hit it? No, okay.
力になって嬉しい。
守りを強める曲演奏完了。
I don't understand it do as much damage. Well, I felt like I tried my best. And it's not enough. I actually tried using my second main. Oh, every weapon is my second main anyway. I tried using Insect Glaive against Gong. It would be a lot easier if I can Insect Glaive and airborne fight against this thing, but no. When I fly, I die immediately. Everything hits. Like any tiny little thing Gong does hits you when you're on the air, when you're in the air. So it's like, oh, you want to use airborne ability for Insect Glaive so they can have a fight against Gong? No, you die. Oh, I'll wait for it too. Was they double? I tried using bow, but bow when it's flying, all damage I do is like single digit because it's too far. I was so excited when I was fighting against Gong. The first time I was like, oh my god, is it time to finally use Insect Glaive? And then the game is like, oh, you want to fight a flying monster with a DPS check that forces you to attack it no matter what time it is because you're on the timer? Oh, you think Insect Glaive is gonna work? Bitch, die. Oh, you fly, let me touch you once and then you die. It's like it's not that there's some design flaw to this monster. Because it is. Because there is. In this game, I hated Insect Glaive. And I used to main Insect Glaive in World. I played World for like thousands of hours. I played Insect Glaive for thousands of hours. And then I was like, no, in Rise, Insect Glaive suck. Okay, fine. In World, in Wild, Insect Glaive kind of sucks, right? Okay, fine. And then there's a monster that requires you to hit airborne enemies forever. And I was like, okay, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. Nope. You fly, you die immediately. That's what Insectwave does. I'm gonna bust out the Final Fantasy X laugh scene. I'm gonna go like fighting against this thing. Using Insectwave. Oh my fuck. Oh, here we go. Time to die. Oh my goodness. I wonder if I'm gonna do enough damage. Wow. The bitch, where are you aiming at? True. I could have done it. Your buck creatures could revolt. Superman died. Good try. You know, like Glaven Rise? Yeah, it feels a little bit weird. That was 42 minutes, couldn't do it. I actually survived for a lot longer than I thought, though, to be honest.
きっとやり遂げられます。まずは準備と対策に努めましょう。
Should I try Doorblade again? I mean, Doorblade is pretty strong. I gotta, oh my god. Oh my god. I actually forgot how to play Insectwave for this game. It's like I have to play a charged character in Street Fighter, right? Oh no, I think they changed it. Wait. I can do the big boy without needing to charge now, I think. Oh, it's R2, right? I can charge it. Where's number 1? Are you 1? 3, 2. Oh, 1. And then if I do Tornado Slash, then AB. Oh! Oh my god, wait. They changed it. I don't need to play Street Fighter anymore. I don't need to be... I think this one does more damage, but... yeah, it does way more damage actually, while charging it. But it changed. I don't need to... like keep holding a button to do shit anymore. That's actually kind of nice. The only problem is getting the 1, 2, 3 now. But after getting that, it shouldn't be too difficult. So flying down? Yeah, AB. Oh my god, it's so good now. can spam this now. Wow, okay. They changed to AB now, or like triangle all now, so even this one works too. That's actually really good. Okay, wait, let's try Insect Glaive then. Offer a meal in Suza. We don't need to eat vegetable anymore. Let's do one more hunt. My head hurts like crazy already. I mean, I can also like have excuses and say something like, "Oh, I'm playing this game on 30 FPS. I cannot exude my full potential. Oh no." Haha, that's my excuse. Where's the meal? Give me your food. I'm sorry. Stop being sick, you see? I'm trying. I'm trying, mean. Also, hey. Stop it. Get some help. Stop it. Help me doing it. You're cutie so boop. I'll take that boop. Hi, Peter. It's a good excuse, to be honest. Heck yeah. That's a big win in my book. Meat is not cobalt today. Meat is kind of dragon. I guess I'm just me today. It sounds about right. How cobalt am I though? Looks about right. Am I dragon? That tracks, right? And ooh, I'm both, apparently. Oh, a dragon redux is almost 20% dragon. That tracks. Derpy is not a dragon. Oh my god, my bot never lies. 100% derpy, 0% Durkin. Meal. Oh yeah, I just had a meal. Okay. I feel better, Cynthia. Thank you, Meat. I'm trying my best. I just don't know why I'm sick for like 2 weeks in a row. It honestly sucks. But I'm trying my best still. Like I already went to clinic twice. I had their meds for like the 2nd week now. Even my doctor is like, is my medicine not working? Like she said that, it's like, I don't know, maybe. And then she gave me something that's a little bit stronger than the stuff that she gave me. And I don't know if I'm feeling any better still. Right? Like she told me that this is just a common cold, like fever and stuff. And then she's like, no need to worry because I tested, it's not COVID or some shit. So it's fine. Alright, she said that. I was like, okay, yeah. Yeah, she said it's not COVID, so we good. It would be weird if I have COVID because most of the time I'm staying in my own room. Yeah, doctor is confused too. Like she said to me like 我完全没有看过一个人可以生病生2个礼拜而且不会好的。Like she said that, it's like, huh? So essentially she said something like, I never seen people like get sick once and then recovered, and then get sick once again immediately. It's like wild, because at some point I was recovered. Almost fully recovered. And then I got sick again. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hate it. Do you want to change? That happened to you? I got a cold. Then I got pneumonia. What's a pneumonia? I got double cold apparently. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Pneumonia is an inflammatory condition of the lung primarily affecting a small air sac known as alveoli. Typically includes some combination of productive or dry cough, chest pain, fever, and difficulty breathing. That sounds extremely scary, though. Especially the difficulty breathing part. It also sounds like heartburn, but scarier. Alright, here we go. Depends on severity. Yeah, true. And still scary. I don't like being sick. I want to be fully recovered again so that I can use my cage again, you know what I mean?
今度はどんなモンスターかな
Right, right. That'd be nice.
嬉しいわ。
ターゲットを目視。
任務開始よ。
There's two. I press all. Double.
回復です。演奏の効果を確認。います。避けて。
When Kai has a zero chill. Watch this hit me. Oh my god, it's like they've sucked dick. I'm so pissed. My throat hurts, but I must shout. I think that's a one shot, by the way. And Kai's JPVA is so dramatic, I kinda love it. Yeah. I love Kai's VA as well. Actually really nice.
いってらっしゃい。
Thanks, Kitty. It gives first aid man. The real. What hit me? What the fuck? Isn't the hotel attacking? Imagine. That's an offset, by the way. Oh my god.
流れに乗りましょう。
Oh, I'm sorry, me. I cannot read that out them. I'm sorry. I will definitely read. And Kobo knows how to read, okay? Oh no, the backdash. Oh my god, the backdash. I'm so angry. Under the backdash, let's go. Bro's playing Tekken 7 while I'm playing Monster Hunter. The double backdash into stun combo. Only one is Fei Yan. Oh, yeah, that helps a lot actually. Yeah, Fei Yan is very scary. Oh wow. Wait, I can write Gong? Did they change this? I never get to write Gong when I was in Insect Life before though. I need coffee, be right back. Okay, you take your time, man. Have good coffee. I could hold dance on this bitch. You could always write him. No, write him is fine. There, okay. I actually didn't know I could always write him. I can never write him when I was playing Insect Raid before. Weird. It's okay. Onomod helps a lot most of the time, so Onomod gets an excuse. I don't know what's the timing on this thing though. Wait, where are you going? You can do that? They can start here? double?
済んでいます存分に
And ground?
ところでしょ
Can I do this? I can, nice. Oh, oh. That's a direct hit. Oh, Cobalt Gold. Thanks for the raid. My PC is dying, but it's okay. Thank you, Cobalt Gold. I think I saw you were playing Deadlock for a little bit more. How was Casualties Unknown? Oh, and the combo offer? There's a bull, there's a wing. I guess I always believed that, you know. Power string, Cobalt Gold. And thanks for the lead. Also welcoming everyone from Cobalt Gold. I feel overwhelmed and overstimulated and overwhelmed. I mean, I did hear about Casualties Unknown being like a very heavy game, right? You get that post-stream here, it's very important. I'm gonna rest that sensations. Oh. What? Bishop Demos was fun? No, at least it was fun, good to know. But resting is also important now that you feel overstimulated or overwhelmed. Where am I going? Oh my god. This guy just frame aimed for me as well. I didn't die, what do you mean? I thought there wasn't who. Two and three? Nice. So much explosions.
最高の一打を放ってスタミナは強化しました走り回れますよ
Where's your one? Give me your ones, okay. Anytime I don't jump into things, I die, wake up, die, run through multiple flat lines for being an upper pump, flat line, upper pump. Oh. Sorry, I couldn't read that. Give me a second. Well, give me multiple minutes actually. Of course, Kai gets the closest one. At least Kai, okay, you know, at least Kai is trying their best. Look at Fabius and Nadia, they are not even trying to charge this thing. They're griefing! Report them for griefing! Hiya! Dragon Mount antics. Dragon, oh my god. My PC's down. Oh, I'm Fat Tuna King. Hi. Give me a second. My PC's trying to recoup. Hello, welcome. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna... how do I do this again? No, wait. Hello. I'm a little bit, a tiny bit busy. Where are you guys coming? I cannot see. I cannot even. Hope stream was fun. Welcome in everyone from the raid. Remember, I will play streamer for 2 hours. And then have only 6 hours of sleep. Oh god. It's okay. And go get some good rest. And go get that post stream cake. Very important. I know I'm not doing my usual streamer stuff. I'm trying to win against this thing. With the I think they changed the insect wave to be more fun now. For controllers at least. Welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm sorry about my voice, my hack and flop still hurts a lot, but yeah, welcome in. We are doing good. I'm Tiara, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games, I love playing games, I love playing against the bits, I love playing bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Why so Hanko? It's the same, I'll have no matter the body size. No funsies. I usually do this kind of stuff when I feel like it. Which is kind of weird. I recently keyboard and mouse Hunter exists, even though my friends won. I mean, Narix is keyboard and mouse Hunter as well, which is weird, but valid. Of course, if any of you raiders who need any post-stream can, definitely go do them. Right? Very important. How many times? 32 minutes? It's a little bit faster than when I was using longsword just now. I played too much like Master Hunter Frontier back then, and then I couldn't be a keyboard and mouse hunter anymore. I would feel so weird. The control even worse somehow in Frontier. In Frontier it's okay-ish. Hiya. Like I got used to it. And I'm still playing Frontier from time to time. And I'll take it. Frontier is fun, but the difficulty is fucked up. I'm dead. Alive. I think. Okay, I'm gonna do it. If it doesn't work, GG. I'm gonna assume that worked. Oh my god, wait! I don't have my charge. I hate this game. I don't have my charge. Oh no! Nice double flop, little shit. I'm not dead, I lied. What? Damn, I should wait for the... Oh wait, no, I should not wait for the Nova. Because I can negate the first one by going to the upper lane. Nova? Yeah, Nova's going on.
どうということはない。切り替えよう。
ありがとうございます。
Which is even more active than a fucking auto Garen. I can believe I spammed that one out. There's no way. I could use those.
助けられたな。
146. I lost my power. Of course you would do that. I knew it. Ay, namatay ka. I need the level 2. Oh wait, I can only charge attack wave 1 and 3, I think. Oh my god, this bitch is so annoying to fight sometimes. Whoa! I don't think. Out of Demon Dragon? Really? I can make one. Maybe I don't need to drain them too much, I feel like. No, but I definitely need Demon Dragon. second hit. No, I'm not gonna ask, I'll take it. Is that? Are you doing? Oh yeah, you are.
波竜刀を使います。
That's all. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't think he's fine, huh? Is it down? Of course my power is almost over when it's down. And it's over. I hate it.
この引き玉。
The timing is insane sometimes. Okay, there we go. You... I swear, this thing... Are you gonna come here or are you gonna stay there? You're gonna stay there. Right, of course. Why am I not surprised? I shouldn't have jumped.
あなたなら。
Man, it doesn't want to come here anymore. And Gog is like, oh yeah, there's the rock there. Let me never go there. No.
持ちこたえて。
Aww. I tried, Chad. I tried. I don't even get the chance to fly up against this thing. I think the only problem with Insect Glaive is that there's no defensive capability for Insect Glaive, whereas almost every other weapon has. Almost. Even Hunting Horn has the Hilt Stab. I mean, the Hilt Stab is good, right? I mean, Insect Glaive has like this offset attack, which is like very awkward to use, right? The startup is very slow, so you have to like... I mean, not only the startup is slow, the... I can... What's it again? What's it again? Oh yeah, the frames for the offset to trigger is very small. Unlike Hammer is huge. The upswing is huge. The second charge upswing is also huge. Great Sword's offset is small, but it's easy to control, right? So there we go. But maybe I'm just not used to it because I never really use Insect Glaive as much in this game. But now that they changed it, I feel like I might want to try out Insect Glaive a little bit more. So, I don't know. But yeah, the frames for the offset is very tiny for Insect Glaive. Like any other weapon that I can offset, I did try, and it's really fun. Another thing with Insect Glaive's offset, I don't know if they changed it or not, because I didn't play this game for like months, multiple months. I feel pretty rusty, but after dealing with Arch-Tempered Arcveld and also Omega Planet Savage, I feel less rusty and I can kind of perform in this game now. It's kind of nice. But then fucking the fucking thing, right? The GOG is annoying as ever. I don't have Hunter symbol? I'm so lazy to hunt under hunts. I'm just like, I play this game on and off just to look at some of my favorite dragons and I can simp on them. Something like that. I never really like farm resources as much. I kind of just play this game as like, ooh, today I kind of want to look at this dragon. And then, ooh, I want to watch this dragon crush me instead. Stuff like that, right? I play games, or I play games like Monster Hunter to just look at dragons because I love them. I have more armor skin? I'm almost out of Adamant Seal? Oh my god, wait. I'm eating too much? I guess I do need a lot of honey. I hunt like 5 monsters in wilds. That's fair, right? I mean, it's something that I do in World as well. I boot out World and it's like, I want to get crushed by Safi, very nice. And then I want to listen to Arch-Tempered Velkhana's music, very nice. And then I want to listen to Fatalis music. The World rendition of Fatalis music is... It gives me the goosebumps, it's so good. Nothing, so far nothing can top World. Like in my very opinion, World last fight against Fatalis is the most hype shit I ever done. Like the first time I won against Fatalis solo in World, it took me like 6 days of like on and off trying to solo the monster as much as I can, trying to dodge everything, trying to like learn their pattern and shit. And yeah, it was really fun. And then when I first won against Fatalis, I teared up. It was that good. Tears of joy. I love Monster Hunter. I love it when games... I don't like to dominate in games. I like to do something like both parties struggle and then trying to survive, trying their best to not die and some shit. I love that more than me dominating things. I love the feeling of struggle, and then once I won, I triumph in the struggle. That makes me feel extremely satisfying. which is something that I feel is very different from a lot of people, to be honest, right? Because I would say most of the time that I play with people, they really want to just breeze through everything as fast as possible. To me, when I play games like this or Dark Souls or Elden Ring, I guess, I'm just gonna focus on Monster Hunter, I guess. But yeah, on Monster Hunter, like the people that I play with, they most of the time love to breeze through everything, which is valid, I guess. But to me, it's like I don't want to be overpowered, and then usually I'll just build fashion, I guess, or I'm just lazy. I don't have like any like meta build or some shit. I just be like, oh hey, I like have this set, and then this set can make me not die, and I just do it. I just use these armor and just do it. I don't really look at them as much. I only do some minor changes, like changes this to refresh, or if I want to play Goblet, I change to evade window. Like I don't change the entire set for every weapon. If I want to play other weapon, I just change weapon, right? That's how I play Monster Hunter most of the time. Sorry, a sub. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. I did mention about a few weeks ago. Yeah, a few weeks ago that I mentioned that I'm like mega sub. After something that I found out about myself, I said, yeah, I'm so sub. I'm not even gonna deny that anymore. But yeah, I love it when I mentioned. Boost and play? Oh my god, big watermelon. Lol. Oh, where are you going? Oh. Why would you explode there? You could have gone in further and explored. What if I just throw straight to the thing? Can I do that? But why? But why? Why would you just explode there? What do you mean? I don't believe it. Oh my god, it's the Mizu. We found the best bowling ball. Oh, explode. Yo, oh my god, what a score. I swear if I don't get A on this one. Watch this. Oh. You. But I just need 14. Oh, you can get Mew voucher now. Can I do it again? Oh. Oh. Why would you explode there? What do you mean? What if I do this? Is it gonna explode here again? Oh. Oh. What triggers the explosion? Huh? What triggers the explosion? Can I get A? Can I get A? Can I get A ring? Right, don't think, just wee. Oh. 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 Oh, it didn't hit the big one. Alright, it's the Mizu, it's a Mizu bomb. We're gonna do well with this one, watch this. Oh, mega speed, look at that. Get in. Touch that big one. No, you. I can't even get B. I have 6 more tries, chat. That's a good roll. Oh, oh. Ooh.
Good Kobo. Get hat.
492.
Hat.
Thank you, Evie. If I don't get A rank here, I swear to everything that's dragon, I will get perma-caged. Thank you. Nice. That was a big bet too. If I don't get A rank, I'm gonna get perma cage. Really? Pick a meal. Oh, you can get nourishing extract here. That's kind of nice. Can I do it again? Total score is 620. Oh, they say. 30 FPS gaming goodness, come on. 414. This one is a little bit difficult. How do I get 492 on the first roll? Oh, there's a really good roll. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Oh wow. Actual skill? And Combo has the skill? Can I do it again? Triple A maybe? I don't know how I did it, but... Oh, if I throw it low, it rolls really good. Yeah, wow, okay. The technique. And Combo has found the technique. That's actually perfect, oh my god. Okay, wow. And no nourishing extract? I'm getting scammed. Oh. That's a stinky roll. Oh, that's a very stinky roll. Oh no. I always roll really good on the second roll. Did I get it? I still got it. On the second roll carried. Oh my god. Am I just doing it like guaranteed A rank now? Oh, that's weird. It bounces really high on this one. Still pretty good. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. I'm so good. Alright, last one. Somehow trying to the left is harder than trying to the right. Oh, that's a really good one. Nice and easy. Never really check on the chicken. Chicken. I cannot aim. Oh. Chicken. I'll call it a day. I did mention that my head hurts like crazy about an hour ago. I had fun hunting today. It's been like months. It's nice to come back to this game from time to time. The only problem, and a huge problem that I have with this game, it's too big. And goddamn, like this game is 120 plus gigabyte, I think. This is 112 gigabyte, 108, 120 gigabytes about. It's so big, I hate it. It's making my PC explode. But it's okay, I had fun. Yeah. I need to open up music. What was I listening to just now? Oh yeah, I've been listening to Sonic Rush's music. I've been listening to a lot of Sonic Rush music. I like this one. Don't worry, it will get bigger when Ascendants come out and be 200 gigabytes. Ah, god damn it. God damn it. If it's 200 gigabytes, my PC literally cannot play anymore, I feel like. Let's see, my free space. It's so sad looking at my PC's situation. Here, let me show you. This is my PC space right now. Imagine if it's 200 gigabytes, I literally cannot play the game anymore. I mean, if it's 200 gigabytes, it would be something like Ark Survival. I think Ark Survival is... yeah, 200. I fucking love this game, but I cannot play it because it's 200 gigabytes. If it's not 200 gigabytes, this would be plus 1k, I feel like. I know it's a dumb game, but I love this game still. Like, it's extremely poorly optimized. But I like it because the mods in this game has a lot of dragons, and I can tame them, and then I can ride the dragons. Too bad I cannot get too bad I cannot get ridden by a dragon, but that it's fine. That's besides the point. No, nobody needs to know about that. It's okay. But yeah, if it's 200, I would not be able to play it anymore. We raided Johnny yesterday. Oh, Lucy is not streaming. In chat, I'm going to raid Johnny again. Wow. Oh my goodness, me? The kobold raiding Johnny twice in a row? Like a kobold raiding a big shiny dragon? Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I'm raiding Johnny. I'm gonna... oh yeah, plug my things. I'm just gonna do a speed plug. My voice is almost gone. Very, very nice. Anyways, I have coffee. And coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Both drink and the link. I suddenly forgot what I want to say, chat. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, coffee good, coffee nice. Coffee helps, definitely. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. Like stream starts, no stream, or secret stream sometimes, right? I've been thinking of... doing like an NSFW stream on Discord Spicy. I'll think about it, because there's a game that I found that will come out next month. It's not safe for work, but I kind of want to play it, so I don't know. I might do it, but it's something that I've been considering doing. Anyways, Discord is where I announce my stream stuff, and there's also a dragon simping corner because I love dragons a lot. And I think that's pretty much it. Manga TOS. No, I'm just saying it's not safe for work, but I'm not explicitly saying what it is. Here's the rate message. I'm gonna ask for a piece because I'm a kobold. And I'm gonna type in the rate to Johnny. Okay, there we go. I typed in the rate to Johnny. I'm gonna go take my meds and I'm gonna go relax a bunch. Jameson, thank you. But yeah. I just hope I don't get sick anymore. I'm sick of getting sick. Anyways, before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that Ingasao Hekin loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves you, alright? And here comes the raid to Johnny Shiny Dragon. Hiya. Imagine raiding the same person twice a day. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I'm sorry. I had fun with Monster Hunter today. I'm not too sure what I want to do tomorrow. I'm thinking. I don't know if I... I'm thinking Warframe, but I'm also afraid of Warframe lately. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll see what I do tomorrow. There's actually a few games that I started and I haven't finished it. At the back of my mind, I can think of Sonic Unleashed being one. Mina the Hollower being one as well that I haven't finished yet. Also a few. I forgot. I don't remember. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Cobalt loves you. Bye bye. Take care. Oh.